about destroying the last remaining heroes. Amongst others, her stepbrother Tristan. Once upon a time, long, long ago in... hell, well, you know the rest. The absolute evil had, in the fabulous predecessor to this game, taken over the entire overworld with its creatures. Now it spent its time on debauched parties and... Wait a minute. The entire overworld? No! One small village of indomitable heroes still held out against the invaders. The unamused evil was beside itself with rage. But all this was about to change once and for all, because the remote controlling evil sent its most vicious general into the field, the dark elf Talia. Talia, also known from the fabulous predecessor, came back from her vacation in a thoroughly good mood. Before that, she had defeated her foster father, the paladin Thanos. This fact is important to note. For this last remaining village of heroes was protected by none other than Tristan, foster son of Thanos and Talia's stepbrother. This proud warrior in shining, his handsome heroic chest accentuating armor, was the last glimmer of hope for the forces of good. Talia, who had fully embraced the dark side, couldn't wait to really kick her stepbrother's ass. And so our story begins. The last defenders of good were fighting for their survival. This seemed to be the perfect time for Tristan to make his appearance, the last mighty hero of the good races.
My brothers! In your eyes I see the same fear that would lead me to despair. The day may come when the courage of true heroes is extinguished, when we abandon our companions and all bonds of friendship are broken. But that day is still far off. Stand fast, heroes of the West!
And with those familiar-sounding words, Tristan charged into battle to the cheers of his men. The heroes of good had managed to capture some of the evil creatures. Nevertheless, it was more than questionable whether a few minor victories and a brilliant speech could do anything against the absolute evil's armies. A storm of darkness and gloom descended, heralding the arrival of Talia, the absolute evil's general. This entrance not only panicked the defenders of good, but also seemed to strengthen the creatures of evil.
Hey, I'm back! Time to kick a little hero butt. Forward, creatures! Show me what you can do! Punch them smack dab in the mouth! Smash them in the face! Oh, and just as a precaution, get me my handbook of worn-out third-rate catchphrases. Ha-ha! If my eyes don't deceive me, that's my stupid stepbrother Tristan over there too, just waiting for me to lovingly put his head on a spear. Ha! Today is gonna be a good day.
Talia seemed to be very sure of victory. Some might find this puzzling, as it was the beginning of a long new campaign. But okay, maybe the rest of the missions are nothing but a string of debauched victory celebrations, who knows?
Could be. Let me just get the settings. Escape button? Ah. Music. Down. Way down.
Ha! A few pitiful opponents. I'm gonna massacre you. If I can just remember how that works again.
Fortunately, Talia's instincts took over at this point, something which wannabe pro gamers often refer to as auto-attack. Talia also remembered that she had a few skills that she could invoke whenever she felt like it.
Oh, right! Boom! That's how it's done.
Talia's mighty storm once again stood at her disposal.
Hey, did someone actually cage my subordinates? Ah, forget that. I'm the only one who's allowed to do that. Time to bust these things open. Pulverize them. Nuke 'em!
You have destroyed a cage. Talia had freed all the creatures. Not to be outdone by her stepbrother, she too gave a brilliant speech.
Speech? Sure. Creatures! Time to punch the do-gooders right in the kisser! Forward! Punch them in the face, kick them in the shins, break their belt buckles so they trip on their pants.
Yes, very inspiring. Talia had reached the center of battle. With another brilliant speech, she goaded her creatures on one more time.
Another speech? Oh. Ding dong, the hero's dead. That okay?
Honestly, I don't know if I can work with you like this. After Talia's words, the creatures surged forward and flocked to their linguistically under-talented leader, or would like to, but the defenses on the left and right flanks made progress impossible. Talia had to destroy them in order to receive further support. The hero's left defensive flank could no longer withstand the breaching evil's creatures.
Yippee-ki-yay, hero mucker!
The hero's defense collapsed on the right flank. The monstrous evil's creatures flocked to Talia.
Excellent. I can always use more cannon fodder. I mean, loyal subordinates.
Once again, Talia's fury descended to plunge the land into blackness.
Talia, stepsister! You dare to show your face here after killing our foster father?
Yeah. Is that a trick question? You can see I'm here. Thanos deserved what he got. And I thought to myself, hey, like father, like son.
You will pay for your deeds, sister. The light will protect me. Sister, turn from evil and come back to the side of good. See the power of light.
With these words, Tristan was bathed in a golden light that seemed to protect him. As if that were not troublesome enough, a number of magical portals opened at the same time.
Huh. As if this wasn't dragging on way too long already. Can't we just jump straight to the point where I greedily take over the world? Forward, creatures! Smash the portals! Flatten that magic junk! Pull the plug!
My brothers! In your eyes, I see the same fear that would lead me to despair. The day may come when the courage of true heroes is extinguished, when we abandon our companions and all bonds of friendship are broken. But that day is still far off. Stand fast, heroes of the West!
Oh, didn't you spout that same bullshit earlier? In exactly the same words.
No, not at all. I am known for my brilliant speeches, wicked stepsister.
I seem to remember that whenever you were supposed to speak in front of the class, we had to get a mop.
You'll pay for that. Onward, faithful! Destroy the evil!
All the magical portals have been destroyed, and with them, Tristan's shield went up in smoke.
That's the way I like it. Now, where were we? Oh, yeah. I was just about to kick my stepbrother's butt.
Sister, it doesn't have to end this way. Join me. Together we can still save the world.
Oh, can't you just die and spare us all the embarrassing melodrama?
Talia, this isn't the end.
And you run away.
We'll meet again.
With these words, Tristan quickly created a portal and threw himself through it with the last of his strength. The portal closed again behind him.
Treachery! Fraud! Cheater!
No.
This was supposed to be my victory! And what the hell kind of glove is that anyway? Looks to me like game design forgot to balance the thing properly.
Maybe the people in charge were still too captivated by your great speech. It brought tears to my eyes too, however, not of emotion.
As if the bird brains these evil creatures have needed grand speeches. A few skulls to bash in, and the social calendar for the evening is filled.
Well, each to their own. But apparently, Tristan had suffered a mishap, as the aforementioned magic glove still lay in the place where it was last used. It would seem that he had accidentally lost it.
Wonderful. This thing is just what I need. Très chic. I'll, just grab that right away.
And so our story begins. Tristan had managed to give Talia the slip, but she had been able to capture his magic glove. The Gauntlet of Finitude, a fabled artifact. Unfortunately, UI overlays don't work in cutscenes, so Talia couldn't read just exactly what the glove did. Nevertheless, she proudly presented it to the Absolute Evil in its form as the Dungeon Lord. And so misfortune took its course, because at the same time, Talia wanted to demonstrate how loudly she could snap her fingers. But this snap, which would go down in the history books as the Dungeon Lord snap, unleashed horrific forces that were discharged into the Dungeon Lord himself. As Talia rose to her feet, the gauntlet had disappeared, and the Dungeon Lord lay dying. Viewers often began to cry at this point, because it made them think back to the last really good superhero movie.
Which one?
Talia mourned for about 5 seconds. Talia had shattered the realms of good and served them onto the absolute evil on a silver platter, while it had actually done nothing at all. So Talia now became the absolute ruler. She had no clue about how to rule, but more than made up for it with hubris and consistently ignoring glaring problems. In addition, she surrounded herself with a staff of incompetent advisors. What could possibly go wrong?
It's not.
10 minutes later, Tristan had captured Talia, locked her in a cage, and put the armies of absolute evil to flight. And so the story ends. We'll tell you how the story continues in overpriced microtransaction bites.
Don't you dare.
Oh, wait, wrong script. That's a different developer. Hang in there, I've almost got it. While Talia was ignominiously taken away, the unused essence of absolute evil continued to float through the ether. It wasn't about to admit defeat that easily, but for evil to triumph once again, it needed Talia back, for better or for worse. And so the swirling essence of absolute evil set about commanding the perplexed-looking chaotic hordes and freeing Talia.
They just
Hammer
keep
time.
rebuilding.
Round 2. The essence of absolute evil held the horde together and rose to the challenge of vicious dwarven engineering.
I'll just play the game and then maybe go back for the tunes.
Tristan! Let me out of this damned cage, you stupid little good elf.
That's barely a
Otherwise,
cage.
I'll
You
have
can
a
climb
hard
over it.
time wringing your scrawny neck. What the hell do you want from me anyway?
Talia, stepsister, your deplorable deeds must not go unpunished. You have slain our foster father Thanos, a blasphemous affront to our goddess, whom you, to top it all off, have also slain. But we will have plenty of time to argue on our journey. I am here for the stone. Brynhild, if you please.
You know you can, you little cutie. Oi! Go on, you lazy lot. Get that destroyer of worlds class hammer going.
Talia had been captured. Only the bubbling around the place essence of absolute evil could save her. It was amusing to leave Talia in the clutches of her brother. But on the other hand, without her help, the shapeless evil would probably just roam the countryside as a disembodied something or other, and at best be hired for third-rate horror movies. Fortunately, a forgotten dungeon heart lying in the underground could quickly be reactivated. Together with the creatures of the Horde, it would be easy to smash the do-gooder heroes there to smithereens. The wafting evil had to get rid of that dwarven contraption on the overworld, as it posed a threat to the underground, and with it, the dungeon heart. It was therefore necessary to build a mighty dungeon, or rather, to have one built, because, as a wafting essence, the disembodied evil could not do much itself.
Alright. This is... Oh, I don't remember from this game anyway. How do I exit this game? Dungeon.
The gold-hungry evil had built a treasury. The meager amount that could be stored in the throne room was simply not even close to enough for a proper gold bath.
All snaps. far. You want to hide out? Do you want anywhere specific?
The gluttony-loving evil had built a gobbler farm. Here, delicious gobblers were raised to serve as food for the horde.
The gobblers. Wooden doors increase efficiency. Oh, efficiency is right. I do like doors.
Payday!
They're gonna finish the hammer by the time I finish this dungeon. Find out. There's your 6x6.
The sheltering evil had built a hideout for the horde's creatures. These could henceforth build themselves a place to rest there.
Seal off kitchens. Tropical.
The army-raising evil had recruited its first creature, a bit underwhelming considering that it was sitting on the throne of the gods a short time ago. But fresh starts are never easy. The evilest evil could use the hand of terror, not only to intervene, but also to lend its little snots the impetus they needed by giving them a spirited slap. The detestable evil had earned some delicious evilness. Excellent things could be done with it, such as researching new stuff. However, first, a place had to be found where the evilness could be stored. The absolute evil quickly built a vault of evilness.
Gonna be huge.
generous evil had built a vault of evilness. This allowed it to henceforth store evilness and use it.
Oi! No need to sit around being lazy when we could be picking up a little gold while we're here, eh? On you go, lads! Grab the nearest gold vein.
Sooner or later, the greedy dwarves would dig their way into the dungeon. The perfidious evil used a workshop to prepare traps to stop the gold-stealing dwarves in their tracks.
Over here.
Technological progress has almost always been a fine thing. Further research could not only make new units or rooms available, but also increase the maximum number of little snots or creatures. The hard work allowing evil had built a tinkerer's cave. Here, little snots could use the work units to make toolboxes, which were needed for the more extravagant dungeon accoutrements. Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. The workforce hoarding evil had increased its maximum little snot limit and now had access to even more of the industrious little creatures.
Oi! How long is this stone thing going to take, lads? Snookums and I weren't planning on dying of old age here.
I sure hope not, because I have a whole different set of plans for just how you lot are gonna die here.
Dwarves, you're not great at digging.
The cunning evil had placed the first traps. This would make it much harder for the greedy dwarves to steal the gold from the treasury or even destroy the dungeon heart itself.
We do like no friendly fire. Gold buff. Harvesting. don't think so. 350, and this is 5 times 8. Only 40.
Oi! Something dug into my little goat boy. Yeah! And it had 2 stinking orcs, whose skulls are at best used as toilet paper holders in the lavatory. Okay, boys, tear this joint to the ground.
Dwarves had opened a passage into the dungeon. The little snots immediately executed Order 67, as they had been instructed to do by Talia in such a case, which meant that they ran through the dungeon with their arms flapping wildly. At the same time, they opened the secret trap cache, so that the tricky evil could give the dwarves a very warm welcome.
Oi! Did you little honey buns forget your little baby bottles? Or how did you manage to lose to a bunch of lousy orcs? But fine. We still have some reinforcements here.
Okay, so if you do some
Reinforcements?
underground attacking.
Attack!
Obviously, the danger from the dwarves had not yet been neutralized. Luckily, the little snots had made a few traps in their spare time, and they were only too happy to make available to the all-consuming evil.
Where's the traps you've made? Do I still have to put traps out?
The little snot's trap glittered and gleamed. Soon, gold-hungry dwarves would be biting their teeth out on it as they unknowingly fast-tracked for a quick demise.
Your brew room is under attack.
Is it? Oh, but how did you get in that? Faster.
Dwarves are building new rooms underground.
We're just gonna spam these traps.
A gold vein is almost exhausted.
then yes. Ta-ta.
A new area of the dungeon has been discovered.
Plenty of gold over here. Another vein. Big vein.
Payday!
No, not payday. No fighting. It's a swamp.
Defend the dungeon heart.
Faster. There's currently not a big. Get what? Next. Second.
Payday.
No payday, go over here. They might be dead.
One of your creatures has died. I'm sure you're shedding a tear right now as you hire the next 3. Later, you may also be able to resurrect these creatures.
What's one dead creature if it gets one closer to the goal of freeing me? Come on! Free me already, you rotten maggots!
The dwarves were defeated for the time being. Satisfied, the essence of the absolute evil rubbed something that could perhaps pass for 2 hands together. The all-destroying evil had conquered the exit. This left the way to the surface open for its troops.
Nice. Hello. Oh, you're not questioning me. Oh, put on here, that's why.
The absolute evil's creatures blinked a little as they stepped into the glaring light of the sun. Finally, they could lay waste not only to the boring corridors of the dungeon, but also to the lush green meadows of the overworld. The horrific evil had destroyed a camp in the overworld. The defeated heroes ran away crying and tried to entrench themselves behind even higher walls.
Your bombs aren't doing much damage.
Your creatures have destroyed a cage. The vile evil had destroyed another of the heroes' camps. Screaming at the top of their voices, the survivors took to their heels.
Big. What are you doing down there?
I have to protect the blueprints, Newcomb.
Oh, you're stuck.
Otherwise, the orcs will eventually end up building some decent machinery here. Well then, keep your chin up, Toodles.
Brynhild, what are you doing? I thought your dwarves could easily handle a few orcs.
Problems, brother mine? Oh, what a shame. I had actually already planned on making myself a tea set out of dwarf skulls.
Talia, your evilness truly knows no bounds. These dwarfs are part of the Alliance of
And he's
Good.
already gone.
You were also once part of that alliance.
The path to the dwarves' oversized hammer lay open. The trembling heroes prepared themselves for the final battle.
That's always the final battle. Focus on that.
A cage was destroyed and creatures were freed.
Here we go. Oh, that's right, told you to originally. The hammer feels like a trap. Maybe not.
The dwarven equipment spectacularly went up in flames, which was rather odd, as the creatures had only been hitting the thing with their weapons. But fine, perhaps horde weapons were made of flint. Yet the distraction provided by the dwarven intervention had shifted the destruction-loving evil's focus long enough for Talia and her stepbrother Tristan to disappear into the distance. With an imaginary sigh, the staggering evil took one last look around before setting off in pursuit. The path led to the Hellwoods, an eerie place claimed by the demonic creatures of the underworld. The Hellwoods. Talia was taken ever deeper into the lands by her stepbrother Tristan. They passed through the Hellwoods, a hotbed of demons. In the underground beneath the Hellwoods, Talia's stepbrother Tristan was tampering with the remains of a dungeon long thought forgotten. But the demonic evil's henchmen were hard on his heels and were also slogging their way through the underground. Tristan had no choice but to retreat.
My brothers! In your eyes I see the same fear that would lead me to despair. The day may come when the...
Tristan, you good-for-nothing imbecile! Can't you just shut up for once? Or finally come up with a different speech? That's so... Hey! Are those my armies of evil? Here! Get me out of here so I can personally kick my stepbrother's butt! Go ahead! Finish them off! Give it to them! Push away past the expiry date cake, right in their faces!
Never!
Brick.
The power of magic flows through me! A magic barrier will keep those creatures at bay! bay!
It seemed that Tristan did actually have some small knowledge of magic. His barrier was impenetrable to conventional attacks. Where magic was concerned, however, things looked just a little different. The spellbook perusing evil quickly set about tackling this problem underground.
Demons love to eat gobblers.
Before the mana-craving evil could resort to magic, it would first have to take care of the demons. It made perfect sense to have a vortex built to house demonic creatures.
What? You're not making goblins already? That golden nugget. I see you go.
The room-building evil had had a vortex built. There, hired demons found shelter and a place to wait until they could be resurrected at the cost of evilness after an unforeseen demise.
Okay. Or schnapps.
Stand fast, men! There may come a day when courage fails us, but it is not this day. On this day we fight! By all that you hold dear on this good earth, I call you to stand firm! Brothers of the kingdom! Let us lay waste to the dungeon! Attack!
Ah, you stole that speech. I've heard something very similar to that before.
That's beside the point. Those words inspired my men. The pen is mightier than the sword.
But weaker than a horde battle axe. It's just too bad that I can't be there to watch the show because I'm stuck in your stupid cage.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Thanks. Sen after my gold. Okay. Get it. Guns? Guns?
Doors in the dungeon not only reduced drafts, but could also stop heroes and other enemies in their tracks for a short time. They also increased the efficiency of rooms. It therefore made sense to have a door to close off a production room. Some parts of the underground were saturated with mana. Once dug up, this could be used to cast spells. The mana-addicted evil wanted to try this out as soon as possible.
They're all dead. They're all dead. Good. I'm gonna build another vortex room over here.
A new area has been unearthed in the dungeon. Payday! A new area of the dungeon has been discovered.
Yep.
A first door now adorned the dungeon. The grandiose evil not only used it to increase the efficiency of rooms or to stop enemies for a short time, but it could also lock doors to seal off areas for its subordinates. A new area has been unearthed in the dungeon.
Huh? Do we really care though? Just gonna expand. Double portal.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Cheer efficiency. 100%. Okay. Let's research those guys. Oh, I need more.
The never went to hogwash evil's little snot had built an arcanium. Should one of these droll little workers manage to find the time, mana would from now on be produced here.
I know I need to get this. What are spells? Making gold all the way up to that. Okay. Okay. Okay, that was good.
Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay.
Dead. Let's go upground, I guess. This one. Who's going to win?
The gallant evil had now gained access to a number of spells. Create resources, for example, allowed toolboxes or gobblers to quickly be created as if out of thin air. In keeping with his childlike disposition, the amused evil immediately tried this out.
Casting. Correct.
The childish evil's eyes glowed with joy as it successfully used the Create Resources spell. This would allow stocks to be filled even without decent production. A little snot set about generating mana in the Arcanium to make it available to the spell-wielding evil.
Anything? Any friends in cages? No.
The spoiled evil had discovered a few stray demons who were all too willing to join his dark army. Of all things, these were stuck in a rather awkward position. The perplexed evil pondered how to go about it.
Hey, Tristan, favorite, because only stepbrother. See my troops marching over there? I think they're gonna make short work of you.
Don't get your hopes up too soon, stepsister. My barrier and my men will stop them. We got what we wanted here, and we'll soon be on the road again.
Creatures, get me the hell out of here already! Come on, get a move on! Save me, free me, sign petitions demanding my release!
The ingenious evil had managed to return the scattered demons safely back to the dungeon by means of a spell. An arcane tear had appeared very close to the absurd evil's armies. These magical anomalies were not uncommon in the area and promised great power to those who knew how to use them. The creatures knew but one way. The corrupting evil had captured an arcane tear. New power flowed through it, giving it the ability to now cast the Meteor Rain spell. As luck would have it, there was a group of heroes nearby who made worthy targets.
Indeed they did.
Payday. The arcane tear's power could now be used by the spell-casting evil.
Could use it. You know what these crits are. Nothing? Unlock it all.
Talia, I still can't believe you really did all that. Weren't we like family to you?
I was constantly insulted and humiliated. Does that sound like a family to you?
Yes?
The merciless evil's army had reached the magical barrier. A spell would sweep it away. While the Cruciatus intoning evil was making its way through the protective barrier, Talia and Tristan continued upon their way.
Tristan, beloved brother, would you be so kind as to open this cage door for me? There's no need for us to argue.
Step brother, and I simply cannot forgive you for slaying our foster father. Not to mention half of the good people of the country.
Only half? Huh. I mean, all that just kind of happened. I don't know how exactly it could all go so wrong either.
You put Tanos' head on a spear.
He bloody well deserved it. Time and again, I had to suffer insults from him and his henchmen simply because of my origins, as if all dark elves were evil.
You killed hundreds of heroes, slew Father's companions, and put Father's head on a spear.
They made me do it. It's society's fault.
The magic using evil had conquered an arcane tear. Armed with that captured power, it could now use the Mana Shield spell.
Just expanding is the better idea, or making it all separate. But I'm assuming the higher the capacity, after they breed.
Payday!
Tristan, I finally understand. I behaved poorly. If you let me out now, I vow to do better.
Really?
Of course not, you imbecile. I'd give you a wedgie worse than I ever gave you in our entire childhood. One you'd still be telling your grandchildren about, provided you can still have children and grandchildren at all afterwards.
Heroes had entered the dungeon, while the arsonist evil was marching its army around the overworld. Thanks to the demonic portal spell, creatures could instantly be sent back to the dungeon from the overworld. A new area has been unearthed in the dungeon.
And that didn't squish them. Come on, there's one of them left.
Talia, I wish you would change your ways. Remember back when we were children and would play together by the creek?
And you threw me in?
You dropped a bee's nest on my head first.
Oh, that's right. I remember the way your head swelled up like a melon.
Boom. Oh, he didn't need it. No circuit increased capacity. I think I just need to make another goblin.
Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay.
Pay is not the problem, it's
spell-wielding evil had seized an arcane tear. The newfound magic allowed it to now use a spell to summon the Prince of Hell. A new area of the dungeon has been discovered.
Let's get another couple tries.
A gold vein has been mined out.
Radio stone. Yeah, the webcam's big. And it just did all that.
The fanatic evil's armies reached another magical barrier.
Get the mana up a bit.
It's payday.
It's payday. Oh god, I'm not number. No money. Stop on strike.
There's my army. Time for you to die, stepbrother. Go, my creatures! Grab them, run them down, rub hot chili sauce in their eyes, and get me out of this damn cage!
My brothers! In your eyes, I see...
You're not going to repeat that same old crap again, are you? Are you?
Probably.
Men! Stop them! Talia, we have to move on.
Either. before I have to wait.
The ice in its drink-loving Evil's armies had defeated Tristan's pathetic defenders. Evil's creatures were filled with jubilation, but the disembodied essence of Evil was not yet in the mood to celebrate, for Tristan himself had escaped and still had Talia with him. The lingering without physical form Evil pretended to sigh and once again took up pursuit.
Jump.
The plains of Strotham. The absolute Evil continued its efforts to free Talia. The trail led it to the vicinity of the city of Strotham, which was once besieged by undead.
Surely undead don't require gold.
These sequences with me in a cage are being stretched out far too long here. Can't we talk this out somehow? Maybe rock, scissors, paper, like in the old days?
Huh. You know I always go for the good old rock. But speaking of stones, I will soon have all the stones of Finichu together. And then...
Nobody gives a damn about your stupid marbles, you dumbass.
While Talia was engrossed in an animated discussion with her stepbrother, the brain-eating Evil was already attempting a, more or less, fruitless attempt to free her. Since undead simply resurrected somewhat later in the graveyard after their demise, an unsuccessful onslaught was no great tragedy. Admittedly, the creature-wasting Evil probably never took the loss of subordinates too tragically in the first place. But back to the subject at hand. Fortunately, there were ancient burial chambers in the vicinity, which were home to powerful undead, and could provide a significant supply of reinforcements. The map-studying Evil eagerly took notes.
Ha! See that, Tristan? My armies will free me. Go on, you undead! Knock them down! Eat their brains! I don't know, just do something.
A temple with a sacrificial pit would need to be built before the merciless Evil's undead creatures could summon more minions. Quickly, the construction-obsessed Evil set about doing just that.
Sacrificial pit. Oh, you're doing it? Okay.
frivolous evil had erected a temple. From now on, blight could be stored there, which would greatly enhance the ode to grave-wearing evil's undead armies.
Breathing.
Ding dong! It's payday!
Breathe.
It seems your creatures don't even dare to leave the underground, Talia. But they are not safe there either. Forward, men! Destroy the dungeon in the underground!
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Message has been covered. Get lost. Also the kind of dead heroes.
The sacrificial evil had a temple built complete with a sacrificial pit. The greedy-looking black maw with its dark void seemed to be eagerly awaiting offerings. Presumably, the evil spirits would reward each sacrifice with some soothing blight. The experimental evil set about testing this theorem. With a Wilhelm scream, a little snot disappeared into the depths of the sacrificial pit. This would provide the little snot-burning evil a bit of blight. Strengthened by the captured blight, one of the undead creatures was able to summon a minion to its side. The extravagant evil was satisfied to note that its undead were able to use blight and minions to maximize the number of creatures that could be used carelessly. Payday!
Research. Download. Teleport.
The exceedingly rich evil threw glittering gold into the sacrificial pit. Putrid blight was spewed out in return. Well, they say money doesn't stink, but maybe what you get for it. It seemed as if the sacrificial pit would belch satedly, were it not simply an inanimate object. The sacrificial evil had sacrificed enough things for the time being. It was time to go on the offensive.
They get the ghost buddies. Let's go. You guys are not playing this down. Which is unfortunate. For that. So,
One of the gruesome evil welcomed a Bone Lord into its ranks. Not only could this mighty swordsman both dish it out and take it, but could also summon skeletal mages as minions. Enemies are in the dungeon.
Let's see how much this rate is. If we can kill them. Which means we need more traps. Annoying to put it in the wall when I can't dig it.
Payday. It's healed yet? Seem to be. That's cool. The colourful clothes-wearing evil had discovered a dungeon gate in the underground. Apparently, this was one of the 3 lost burial chambers. All that was needed to benefit from it was to open the burial chamber, presumably with a few firm blows. This was apparently the final resting place of the legendary mercenary army, the Scallywag Ragtags. The pragmatic evil was bound to have an idea as to what it could do with the undead found there. The zombie-like evil had unleashed powerful undead forces. The use of these powers meant each of its undead creatures could both move faster and summon an additional minion to its side. Each additional burial chamber would provide 1 additional minion.
Your enemies are in the dungeon.
Powerful undead forces allowed additional minions to rise from their graves.
Weapons. Fortunately, I can't build anything around here. Anything here. It's Pinterest. What was it? 2 by 2s? 2 by 2s. Let us on the other side. Let's get rid of this one.
Payday. The other doors. We What's up? I can.
Simple.
Payday.
So these guys are something on this.
Your enemies are in the dungeon.
Let's get back quick.
A gold vein is almost exhausted.
Hurry. Let's go back. Oh, thank you. Be right back. I'm just gonna step over and step over. Step over.
A crate disappeared into the maw of the sacrificial pit. The evil spirits were a little confused about the sacrifice, but still spat out some blight.
Almost done. And we'll heal that we shall go. This watercraft. Not be able to put traps down.
A gold vein has been mined out.
Oh, damn.
Payday.
Enough waiting, let's go.
The poking around evil had discovered another burial chamber.
Kill the villager.
This tomb was dedicated to the archers of the Scallywag Ragtags. Legend has it that they could miss a barn door even at 10 meters. Their corpses would certainly be put to good use by the self-sacrificing evil. Undead forces roamed the land. Additional minions now stood available.
Well, you guys are being revived. Traps bay.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
You don't want to rotate them. You're full. Okay. we'll just go to... Anyway. This one. That one.
Payday! The achievement accumulating evil had now discovered the third burial chamber as well. The remains found here were those of the alchemists of the scallywag ragtags, who considered arsenic to be a refreshing mouth gel. These corpses would prove perfect vessels for mindless zombies. Plenty of underground rabbits. Definitely will be needed for a final push. Now close. Ooh, what's that with it? This is guess they just go under. Those guys can live to tell the tale. Everyone's going down here now. the resurrected evil unleashed its accelerating undead forces. Additional minions rose.
My armies are getting closer, little brother. Want to go ahead and pick out a nice tombstone? Not that you'll need it when I put your head on a spear.
We do not need to further elaborate on your misdeeds, sister. My armies are not yet defeated, and the hero's courage is unbroken.
The courage may be unbroken, but the spine...
Your little snots have completely mined...
Ha! The vile stench of the undead is still coming ever closer. Forward, faithful! Destroy that vermin!
Problems, brother mine? Is that the sweat of fear I can see on your brow? This reminds me of when you were going to ask Chelsea Chubby Cheeks to prom.
That's not the point here.
And she dumped you because she wanted to take her dog for a walk instead.
It's payday. Undead forces roamed about. Additional minions now stood available.
It's fast.
Powerful undead forces allowed additional minions to rise from their graves.
Free! Free at last! Come on, let's beat them, fry them up, smear them on our toast.
The sovereign evil had freed Talia from the clutches of her stepbrother. Pity, really. I found it quite pleasant not to have someone constantly interrupting me.
I will ignore your insolence for now, but only because I have to deal with that damn Tristan. The step in Stepbrother is going to be an architectural statement when I'm done with him.
Lost in her rant, Talia had missed the fact that her stepbrother Tristan had meanwhile made a run for it.
What? That cowardly, dishonest, disgusting!
Talia had been rescued from the clutches of her stepbrother Tristan by the absolute evil. This seemed a bit surprising as, after all, Talia had accidentally caused its demise only one cutscene earlier. But the disembodied essence of the irritated evil was restless due to its lack of physical form. It needed help finding a new body. In such cases, less competent personnel were also called upon. Talia was extremely grateful to have been freed from the cage after 3 long missions. Finding a new body for the absolute evil seemed a small price to pay. High up on the 4th highest peak in the world, Mount Snotmore, resided the venerable Council of Little Snots. These wise beings were the ones who would know what would constitute a new, adequate vessel for the absolute evil.
They're all pregnant.
All Talia had to do was reach the peak. A trifle, really, but unfortunately, her stupid stepbrother and his oversized army stood between her and her goal. Otherwise, however, it would have been so easy that even a group of gluttonous hobbits could have managed it. Bad elves go everywhere. Talia had been freed from the clutches of good. Before she could start her journey to the Council of Little Snots, however, she had to first gather strength.
One more than 3 hero buildings.
This power, it's so incredibly strong. I will destroy this land.
Pretty guardian of hate and evil.
I give your orders.
Yeah, decent.
Free at last! This traveling in a cage through the overworld really made me miss that musty, stuffy dungeon air. What exciting scent is that rising to my nose? Is it... Okay, which one of you little snots did that?
While Talia was more or less enjoying her new freedom, her stepbrother Tristan was roaming the overworld with his entourage.
The next stone was bound to be around here somewhere, but I'm having a hard time finding my way around this foul place. Men, we will set up camp here and drive the darkness from this place.
Tristan, again? Ugh, I've really seen about enough of these relatives lately. It feels like Thanksgiving and Christmas happening back to back. And then he even dares to rid the area here of its stylish greys. Just you wait. I'll make you pay for everything.
But before Tanya could arrange a reunion with her stepbrother, it was urgently necessary for her to raise a powerful army. However, the underground was infested with spiders who called it their home. In addition, some particularly hard layers of stone stretched through the underground. In order to dig through these layers of stone, the research-addicted evil first had to research better tools for its little snots. But this required a fair amount of evilness. One could gain a particularly great amount of evilness by defeating a good being. Like this unicorn, for example, which, by chance, of course, and completely in tune with the context of the world, currently resided here.
Kill the unicorn for an extra portion of evilness. Sounds like a great way to start the day.
Alright, let's go. I'll get there.
There's that good being! Go, creatures! Throw yourselves into the fray! Break his legs! Pluck out his nose hair!
One of your creatures has the discovering evil had discovered a harder layer of rock. Its little snot's tools were not tough enough for that, and it would take them far too long to dig through the rock with their teeth. Research would enable the new technology unlocking evil to improve its little snot's tools to the point that this rock would no longer be an obstacle.
In
He's
my
going down.
last war, I had the little snots dig through anything and everything. There you are, locked up for a few days, and bam! Technology starts to backslide. Dreadful.
Ding dong! It's payday!
You screwed me up. Where are all my snots? Oh, you're breaking back. That's the downside.
I'm back! Can you believe that others need 3 days for something like this? Amateurs.
Dig forward as much as possible. To make up my army. What is this? Guard room. That a bit.
Hey! Now what's going on? Why is the Earth starting to shake? Volcanic eruption? Teen band concert or what?
Whatever it was, the tremors had shaken some things up in the underground. Numerous spiders woke up from their sleep and became active and hungry.
Great! Spiders again! Nobody here ever thinks about the people with arachnophobia. Well then, forward! Prepare the dungeon, defend the traps, and oil the creatures. Or the other way around.
The defending evil would be well advised to have its horde creatures level up faster in an arena and to assign creatures to the guard room to keep an eye out for enemies.
Do 5x5. Oh, that's where you're coming from. Okay. They're digging that way, they're digging that way.
Men, We dare not fall. It's time to set up another camp. Forward!
Hey, that's not fair. I can't even get there yet. How am I supposed to stop them?
Talia and the researching evil were able to use research to make it possible for their little snots to dig through harder rock as well.
Bloody know-it-all. Fine. I'll have a look at that nerd stuff then.
The love to bet on illegal cage fights evil had built an arena for its creatures. Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. The Hand of Terror placed some horde creatures in the arena to train them and quickly make them even stronger. A horde creature set about training in the arena. This provided not only satisfaction, but also valuable experience. Underground critters burst through the dungeon. The assigning creatures to guard duty evil had thrown some of its creatures into the guard room. From now on, these creatures would be there to watch for approaching enemies.
It literally takes every back. Why can't I select you? Right, unassigned. Okay. That's annoying.
The butchering evil had destroyed the critters that had invaded the dungeon. Was that supposed to be it? Spoiler. No, that was not it.
Let them come. I will destroy them. Oh, my army will destroy them, and I'll toss a few spells into the fray from behind.
Everyone over there. Double that. Come on. Hit the nest.
The spider-hating evil's creatures had destroyed a spider's nest.
Serves those vermin right. Anyone who suddenly turns their back on evil and turns neutral is definitely no keeper.
Main space.
my faithful! This camp will serve us well in the fight against the Dark Hordes.
The heroes had managed to set up a camp. Henceforth, even more heroes would protect the overworld.
Ha! That thing won't be there for long. Onward, creatures! On to the overworld! Crowbars at the ready, and make that building an historical monument. Then, when we tear it down, it'll be even more evil.
Ding dong! It's payday! Your enemies are in the dungeon. One of the heroes' construction crews set out to build a new camp.
Excuse me, how did you get in here?
One of your creatures has died.
I'm gonna kill this guy. Oh, it's just like me doing. Oh god, no. You could have built a third one.
Sickening green slime oozed out of the spider's nest as it was destroyed.
Okay, everyone, up here.
Talia and the boring evil had still not found it necessary to destroy the unicorn. If they continued to work at this rate, one could only hope that all the heroes had in the meantime died of old age.
Of course I found it necessary. I just couldn't because I was dealing with all the crap you were throwing at me on dungeon. Grr. On everyone. Guys, you're not doing great. You're all practically dead.
You have lost a creature forever.
hope that doesn't count as the third one, because the first one was already given to them.
A new hero camp has been built.
Yeah, I'm dungeon.
Payday.
I sure showed him. Ah, wonderful evilness.
The violent evil had had its armies destroy the good being. The evilness it had captured allowed it to now effortlessly research improved tools for its little snots. With the help of the new tools, the letting others toil evil's little snots were now able to punch their way through harder rock.
Excellent! On you go, you lazy little snots. Get to work! You're not getting paid just to loaf about.
In fact, the little snots weren't paid at all.
Ah, so what? They serve a greater cause. Pleasing me, for example. They could try to form a union or some such nonsense.
You have unearthed a new area in the dungeon. The arachnophobic evil had attacked a spider's nest on its way to the dungeon gate. Its creatures prepared to defend themselves.
By defend, I assume you mean attack, right? Go ahead, grab them, smash them, use their legs.
Onwards, men! Build a new camp!
Is that one of the heroes' construction crews I see setting out? Move out, creatures! Flatten them!
There's two of them? This is impossible.
So much for your construction crew, brother dear. I guess that's when the real estate bubble burst, huh?
Talia, do you even know what the real estate bubble is and what it means?
You don't want to spoil my moment of triumph with a lot of useless knowledge, do you?
No, it's all right. What you know is a drop. What you don't know is an ocean.
Hurry, please. We'll start this one. I don't get the skill.
You, her digging evil, had discovered another dungeon gate to the overworld.
Let's go. Because we cannot afford to lose this.
My brothers! In your eyes, I see the same fear that would lead me to despair. The day may come when the true hero's fury is extinguished. When we abandon our companions and all bonds of friendship are broken. But that day is still far off. Stand fast, heroes of the West, and defend our camp!
How many times do we have to listen to this crap? He could at least have used a different line. Idiot.
Tristan's men didn't seem to mind the simple repetition. Granted, heroes were never afraid of a grind and would join a raid for the 100th time just for the chance to win a colorful hat. The heroes poured out to build new defenses.
No, you don't.
Defend the dungeon heart. One of the hero's construction crews has been obliterated. Your army has just decreased in size due to death.
You need to teleport. There we go.
Payday.
Oh,
A spider's nest disintegrated into dust under the blows of the arachnophobic evil's creatures.
Creatures in the tutorial are always welcome to help. However, should they intro the watchful to look for creatures in the dungeon? I guess I have to strike.
The watchful evil had erected a guard room. Creatures could be posted there to keep an eye out for enemies. With a satisfying crack, one of the spider's nests shattered.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
A gold vein has been mined out.
9, do you think? Probably leaving, there's only 9 spaces there.
A spider's nest disintegrated into dust under the blows of the arachnophobic evil's creatures. Your little snots have dug into a spider nest. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
You'd have to say. The demolishing evil's creatures had destroyed one of the heroes' camps.
Oops. Did my little creature break one of your little camps, brother dear? I'm so sorry about that. I hope you didn't feel the need to cry again, like you did that time with Lammy Lamb, your cuddly little sheep.
You leave Lammy Lamb out of this! Huh. My brave soldiers will rebuild this camp in no time. Just the way Grandma used to do with her needle and thread when... Whatever! You are truly vile, Talia!
Oh, thanks for the compliment. Forward, creatures! Don't tire now! Keep going! Look for camps! Find them and wipe them off the map! Oh, no, I don't mean that literally, you knucklehead!
Expansion.
Take that!
Strange how they just stopped sometimes.
A hero's camp was not only doomed,
My brothers! In your eyes, I see the same fear that would lead me to despair. The day may come when the courage of true heroes is extinguished. When we abandon our companions and all bonds of friendship are broken. I wish I could stay with you, but I must continue to pursue the quest. We shall meet again.
with these words, Tristan made good his escape.
What? That coward! Come back here, you miserable little runt, so I can get back at you for the days upon days of excruciating rides in a cage! Ah!
Let's just get rid of this one. It should be easy with this maxed out. Oh, you build the flag and good.
Ding dong, it's payday. The camp-destroying evil had wiped another hero's shelter. Talia and the cunning evil had done it. The hero's camps lay in ruins.
What do I get by skill?
You got that right, Tristan. Come out, wherever you are. It's like that time I turned 8, except this time you're the piñata. Tristan, where are you?
In her destructive frenzy, Talia had forgotten about Tristan's somewhat precipitous departure.
Right, that freaking coward. Oh, I was so busy beating the crap out of heroes that I totally missed it. Whatever. I have to look at this ominous council of little snots anyway. I guess my revenge will have to wait. Postponed, but not abandoned.
Yay, I got it.
Heroes' Gorge. Only one small city of heroes stood in Talia's way, keeping her from finally climbing the mountain to the Council of Little Snots. Heroes' Gorge would have to fall.
Magic tower.
More power! More power!
Talia had left a trail of devastation on her way to the Council of Little Snots. Now, only the city of Heroes' Gorge stood between her and her path to the peak.
Excellent. So they call it Heroes' Gorge. I think I'll rename it Heroes' Grave when I'm done with it. Forward, creatures! Time to...
Then, out of nowhere, Tristan appeared, just as if he were following a bad script. A bad script would be ashamed of this crummy story.
Men! This place must be protected. Stand firm and light the beacons.
You've got
Oh
the
yes,
magic.
and activate the magic tower.
Hey, that's not fair! Treachery, cheating!
Powered by the mana ray from the magic tower, Heroes' Gorge was now protected by a magic shield, impenetrable to evil's creatures. The sharp-witted evil set to work on a plan. It had to take control of the tower. Maybe that would not only bring down the shield, but could also be used for something else.
Oh, you know, they should have put it on the
Sounds
inside.
like a brilliant plan. Forward, creatures! Oh, don't smash that thing. Capture it and get me the deeds to it.
The infernal evil already had some more experienced demonic creatures at its disposal. A chamber of relaxation would have to be built to prevent them from becoming unhappy.
Chamber of relaxation? Lazy sods. The things you do for your subordinates.
Back to Okie dokie. I will do. Thank you. Chamber of Relaxation. I'll pick this chamber up. Where's mana? Guess I better keep stop. I can expand.
The chilled evil had built a chamber of relaxation for its demons. From then on, they could relax and enjoy a cozy mana bath.
Sure. For another one. Let's get some doors built. I don't have doors yet. Doors, please. What else do I do? More demon stuff. What demon stuff? Always want to do.
Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay.
One or three more we need for an extra one. I think 3. Build another chicken chamber.
Rumor had it that some dwarves had captured a few succubi because of gambling debts or something of the sort.
Gambling debts, schmambling debts. We'll get them out of there, hire them, and then let them do the dirty work for us.
I'm going hungry. Traps, traps, traps. More traps. Capacity is not the
The
problem.
digging
it's-
evil's activities had not gone
Generation.
unnoticed. Heroes would soon set out to destroy the dungeon heart.
Your enemies are in the dungeon.
Is it hidden if you're telling me where it is?
Ding dong! It's payday.
No! I'll be back.
Seriously died. And they all go to worship. Worship fast.
Talia? Are you even still out there? It's so mind-numbingly dull here. You'd almost think you were giving your lecture on the growth of shamrocks again.
I'll grow shamrocks on your grave.
A new area has been unearthed in the dungeon.
make it 4 buttons. Spider nest. Can we have something else as well, please?
Payday.
There's enough. I can afford. What do I need? Basically, I have a lot of things.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Extenders. More bottles.
The towerless evil still did not have the magic tower under its control. Mentally snapping its forehead, it set out to change this.
That's just the one we need to get to, which is up here. Okay. Up here we go. Do another 3, then I've got 1 for every unit. Currently. The chickens are going down, so I have a chicken room. I'm just in the bed.
Ding dong, it's payday. A gold vein is almost exhausted.
Good job. Give me some. Hey.
There goes another village up in flames, while my stepbrother hides under the table. Like that time at Vladimir's birthday.
You promised to never speak of that! Never! Men, align the tower and take those foul fiends under fire!
Tristan's men used the magic tower against the indignant evil's armies. If the tower were not captured, any ventures on the overworld would prove extremely unpleasant.
Teleport. Meow.
Hey! What the hell? Unheard of firing at us here.
Talia and the surprised evil's army were taken under fire by the magic tower. The absent evil's creatures will get no rest there until it had been captured.
Ha! Never! Reload, men!
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Get out of my dungeon. It's time for some ball traps. Ta-da. Shoo. Molto mana. Makes you think you want another one of those magic rooms here.
Talia and the ghastly evil
Oh, no.
had discovered some dwarves who had made themselves comfortable in the dungeon. Unfortunately, they were blocking the way to the magic tower.
Those pint-sized creeps really have to hang around everywhere in the underground. One of those basil trogs wanders into their kingdom one day and drives them off, and suddenly they're everywhere. And all because they wanted to dig up some mithril for their elf friends or something like that. Whatever. Hurt them, beat them, make little clay basil trogs and bash them with those.
What a pain in the bum. Attack them. Did you destroy my dog, bastard? Victory's been cool.
Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein.
There's one there. What's on a center down? Making food okay. Look at all this food.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Ah, I was about to attack. Give her spike traps.
Defend the dungeon heart.
What? Runs?
Payday. Creatures are collecting their pay.
Shield traps on that side. Need more traps on this side.
Talia, your actions are not only damning, but embarrassing as well. You're acting like your 13-year-old self, or your 14-year-old, or your 17-year-old, or your 25-year-old, or...
You probably think you're hilarious while you're hiding under your little magic shield, don't you? That's all you paladins are good for. Hiding behind thick walls and magic shields, and making stupid speeches.
Or your 45-year-old, or...
Let's get something.
The first succubus joined the ever-expanding evil's army. These infernal demonesses were able to charm opponents and sway them to their side for a short time. Very helpful indeed.
Let's get in there. Everyone. Are dimensions worth more, or Chandra, like a down, Umbra, I think it is, because there's no value. No. You're not done until that is.
burrowing evil had discovered a buried exit to the overworld.
Ooh.
The horrific evil had destroyed one of the villages surrounding Hero's Gorge. Tristan did not seem pleased.
Talia, you barbaric monster! Those honest villagers didn't do anything to you. I will soon capture you again and put you on trial.
Thanks, but one road trip in the cage with you was really more than enough. Brother dear.
Oh, free the second back. Small doors down.
Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein.
Talia, you beast! Stop tormenting those poor villagers! Pick on someone your own size!
Says the guy hiding behind the giant magic shield.
More snots.
Your enemies are in the dungeon.
Yeah, but they've got to go through traps.
There goes another village up in flames, while my stepbrother hides under the table. Like that time at Vladimir's birthday.
You promised to never speak of that! Never!
Once again, the willing to waste its general evil let Talia die.
I'm back again.
Ba, 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 ba.
Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay.
Everyone back. Everyone good. Not everybody. Oh, they can't come back because I've got no evil. It's a bit tempered evil. You don't have to get up to me. Hey, someone did. Snazzy. Snurds. Good job, Snurds. Mom, we're fine from you.
Enemies have entered the dungeon. Payday. The conquering evil had taken the magic tower. With a few skillful tweaks, this was converted into a powerful weapon, capable of taking areas of the map under fire.
Just what I need. With this, we'll destroy Balderon. I mean, Hero's Gorge, of course. Go ahead, lock and load, and then we'll throw some pies at them.
Men, I see the fear in your eyes. Evil has taken the tower. If we do not do something, the shield will eventually collapse. Fortunately, the time has not yet come to despair, for there is a solution. Mana shipments!
It seems that Tristan had not been dropped on his head as a baby, as some people claim to be the case with his stepsister.
Hey!
And so he ensured that, in the future, mana would be shipped overland to the shield.
Onwards, comrades! Clear the way for the first shipment!
What? What a jerk! Forward, creatures! Stop them! Tear them apart! Smash them! Cut them apart with...
So it really
No. Oh, gotcha. We should have all been together. Stupid. Everyone back in the home. Zabij pozajmijcie nam efektywnie. Thank you. Now back to the top.
The magic tower was once again available. The nefarious evil had stopped a mana shipment. Instead of strengthening the shield, it would now be stored in the dungeon instead.
Ah, that's the way I like it. That's exactly how it's supposed to go.
Men! Even though we have suffered heavy losses, all is not lost. The shield is holding, and rescue is at hand.
Tristan saw a danger emerging as mana became scarce in Hero's Gorge. From now on, 2 shipments set out.
First up in.
Two mana shipments set out to refill the shield at Hero's Gorge. A cage was destroyed and creatures were freed. enemies have entered the liberating evil had freed the succubi from their predicament. They gratefully joined its army.
Is it inside the shield? Where is the shield?
The magic tower's cannon was ready for action. The magic tower firing evil chose a target.
Do I see the objectives? Not the objectives, the achievement one. Slow.
Tristan had now fully perceived the threat Talia and the transport intercepting evil's army posed. From now on, 3 shipments would set out. One of the manor shipments met its inglorious end at the hands of absolute evil. The horrific evil had destroyed one of the villages surrounding Hero's Gorge. Tristan did not seem pleased.
Talia, you barbaric monster! Those honest villagers didn't do anything to you. I will soon capture you again and put you on trial.
Thanks, but one road trip in the cage with you was really more than enough. Brother dear.
The magic tower was able to fire again. The shooting evil aimed the magic tower's cannon at a target.
Attack everybody.
Men, even though we have suffered a few losses, now is not the time to despair. Remain vigilant, and let us join together to fight for the light.
We'll finish this mission and then go have food. Been playing for 4 hours.
Your gold vein is nearly exhausted.
So now they're sending out 3 mana shipments at once. I can literally smell their desperation. Either that or it's one of these little snots that stubbornly refuses to use deodorant. Ugh.
It's payday. The Magic Tower's cannon was ready for action.
These mana shipments are easier to destroy than butter. Well, okay, destroying a pound of butter just like that is pretty difficult too, because you get sick pretty quickly and, oh, whatever, just break more stuff.
One of the mana shipments met its inglorious end at the hands of absolute evil.
Right.
A gold vein has been mined out.
Oh, oh, treasure. Live it up. Let's get that one. Could use magic, but may. Better to use magic now.
The Magic Tower was once again available.
These mana shipments are easier to destroy than butter. Well, okay, destroying a pound of butter just like that is pretty difficult too, because you get sick pretty quickly and, oh, whatever, just break more stuff.
Men! Even though we have suffered heavy losses, all is not lost. The shield is holding, and rescue is at hand.
Guys, and those guys, and then those guys.
Men! The shield must not be allowed to fall! Send 3 mana shipments out! Now!
Nah, it's gonna fall.
The mana shield had been destroyed. Heroes' Gorge now lay defenseless before the devastating evil's army.
Finally!
Come on, creatures, finish them off! Knock them out! Throw wax crate! Oh, yes, we sure showed that. That was a nice little warm-up. Oh, by the way, did we manage to kill Tristan too? Is he lying around here somewhere?
Talia test-speared several of the dead heroes, but there was no sign of Tristan. Apparently, Talia had failed to notice that the latter had already absconded some time ago.
That kind of spoils the joy of victory for me, I've got to admit.
Of course, this is only the 6th mission. It would probably be a bit too much to ask if the whole thing with Tristan was over now.
I could definitely drag out his demise, let me tell you. Believe me, I can be very creative. But enough of that. It's time to finally get to that Council of Little Snots, get a new vessel, and then finally finish off those heroes.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to turn it off. Thanks for watching.